swear to God, dude, what is dog shit? Where's good music, dude? Where's good music? Just the two of us. Alright, fuck it, whatever. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys are doing a good day so far and a good night's sleep. Very nice, very nice. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Hi, Mr. Shanza. Being better. How are you, Mr. Skull? How has your work week been going on? You been doing all right? Starting something? Yeah. Let me do this. Let me do that. Hire commission? I mean, I finished it. I already gave them the model. It's now their animator just has to do the animator stuff, and yeah, it's not in my, how do I say this? It's not in my business anymore. Just the two of us. You can make it. Let me make music slightly lower. But I think it's gonna get better later. Your legs hurt? Oh, yeah, I mean, I would imagine that you're doing a bunch of physical work, right? It will get better. Once your muscles get used to the heavy load and whatnot, and just in general, being on your feet for a prolonged amount of time, you'll get used to it. Yeah. You know what I'm wondering? No, I think I didn't. Hmm? He's insane. When it happens, when it happens. Her name is Mikhailovna. Just a moment. I'm just trying to see a similar outfit, but like a more realistic one or like a cosplay one, so I can. I mean, this should work, but oh, there we go. It's like this basically. It's kind of shitty, but like I'm just wondering the inner side. Like, does it have like something that goes here, like the jacket, or it's like just like that? It's weird. Like what I don't understand is like this part right here, right? Is it like something like this and this? And then this is just like that and that? Or it's just like a one piece and these buttons are just for nothing basically? Is it that? Okay. I do want to make the actual shirt to be like a shirt, right? Like this type of thing. So I do want to do that at the least. Do do ba do ba do boo boo ba do ba do. Guess what day is today? Today is the day where you stop your whatchamacallit being a when you finally get a job. Oh, there we go. Wait. Yeah, so it's like a yeah, so it's like a full piece. Interesting. It is a full piece. And then there's shirt basically. Alright. So I was on the right track, I guess. Huh? Oh yeah. Was wondering how when doing UV mapping, when you use UV squares, how do you get verts placed on each other for layer multiple islands that are same? You mean like if you have like mesh that is you mean like 4 mesh that has like you have multiple layers of clothing or something like that, or what? I don't understand. Today's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Mr. Weasel. How are you planning on celebrating it? Did you actually make any friends in like while being in Batumi? B33 or a B33? I just thought Europe, dude.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I mean, this kind of roommate is a friend. Even brought a sick cake and all. I mean, if he brought you a cake, he must be a friend, right? He lets his other friend in out of this place and he runs a garden here, so he comes over every day. Oh, I see. Are you back in that one apartment again, or are you back in that other apartment which was like high up in the like it was yeah, like that one, you know, that one? For a month because his place was rented out. Yeah, it makes sense. Wait, if it was rented out, then what about the little garden though? I thought they came back for like New Year's basically, and that's why they were there. I mean, either way, I mean, it's good that you're back in that apartment. That apartment is like pretty good. Also, apparently that whole deal with having gardens in a Western Georgia is a thing. A lot of people are doing that apparently. My grandma gave us tamale sauce. We use it for everything, including morning omelet. Tamale sauce to be exact. Nobody else knows how to make it. But Neozikun, you're not Georgian, right? I'm pretty sure, or are you? Because I've seen you around here, but I'm not sure if you're Georgian or not. I swear to God I've seen you somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Check it out, check it. But I'm Jewish. Wait, we don't live in Georgia. Oh, okay. Jewish. Do you live in mainland Israel? Israel. Iron. How do you say iron? Iron. Oh my god, why is it iron if it's iron? This is what, no, don't worry about it. Do not worry. It's not that way in Tbilisi. What do you mean? Wait, see. How do we stay one? My grandma hajapuri looks nothing like pot one, and Higali is usually made in. But I see it's not the way in Tbilisi. I actually want to visit. You should. I mean, as far as hachapuri goes, there's like different kinds of it. So just because your grandma doesn't make it the exact way that you've seen it, like in boat or something like that, it doesn't mean that it's not hachapuri. It's just hachapuri is basically made in a region where there's a lot of sailors and whatnot, right? And basically the wives would make their husbands a hachapuri that is a shape of a boat, basically. That's why it's a shape of a boat. Your head's a little bit too thick. A Jewish town near Kutaisi, so yeah, not really close to the Black Sea. Yeah, but like, people still share sort of like food culture and whatnot throughout the Georgia, so she didn't have to live near, like, you know, Black Sea in order to knew that. It's alright though. I mean, it's not like, for example, when my mom makes some hachapuri, like she makes them on like New Year's or like maybe just like casually or whatever, right? On like, it's not like she makes boat hachapuri every time as well. No, she usually just makes a typical round hachapuri, right? Which is like just dough with some like cheese on the inside, right? Where? Everyone also sort of has like their own way of making hachapuri too. Like for example, my mom adds a little bit of God, I don't remember what that is called. It has a name, like a weird name in English. Here, let me find it. It's called semolina. You know what semolina is? They usually make like baby food out of it. No idea. But yeah, she adds a little bit of semolina because semolina like soaks up a little bit of that juice, like the cheese juice. So whenever you make hachapuri, it's a lot more like not as juicy, basic, and I like that way, to be honest. It's still juicy, but like not too juicy, where it's like just soaks up all the cheese juices and all that shit. I mean, semolina on its own is just a very tasteless crop, basically. Gives hair and other things. Just layering UV maps on top of each other are same, so don't need to texture them all and save space. Don't know how snap it to vert go to place. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, are you watching, Mr. Atsuma Diaz? Confirm that you're watching, and I'm gonna show you. All right, so you're talking about this, right? You're talking about like let's say if I have this one, right? And I want to match the size of this to this, right? The way I do it is this. So I take this one, right? I put a whatchamacallit? A 2D, whatever the fuck it's called, right? I don't remember what it's called. Here. Cursor, right? I put a cursor with this cursor to selected, right, at the corner of it. Then I select this, and you have to have two things on. You have to have vertex snapping on, and then it has to affect move and scale specifically, right? Yeah. So move and scale, and then what you do is you basically turn this to the cursor, the pivot, right? And then you snap it to the corner here, right? And then with scale, right? And with snap tool or control, you can do S, X, and then snap it to wherever you want, right? And then you can do the same thing on the Y-axis as well, right? You can just do it with a general S key, right? Like this. But that's gonna be different, right? So you wanna do SX and then SY. And that's it. I would imagine that's what you're talking about, right? Here with me. What I grew called hachapuri, let me see. That can still be considered hachapuri. Hachapuri basically, if you don't know, the word combination of hacho and puri basically means cottage cheese and bread. Because sometimes they make hachapuri not only using cheese, but they also add a little bit of cottage cheese, right? Because sometimes cheese is like way too salty. So if you want to make it less salty, you add a little bit of cottage cheese as well. Which soda has like same consistency anyways, right? So you add a little bit of it to like make it less salty basically. Plus like all of that stuff is very high in protein, right? It's actually interesting, the whole history of the food, right? And the way certain foods came to be, right? Like you have to understand, like somebody thought of this, right? Somebody was like, hey, so if you like, well, first of all, the idea of bread, right? Grinding down seeds and then adding water to it, right? Like, who thought of that? Who thought of the idea that like, hey, we can take these seeds, we can grind them down, right? And then if you add water to it and bake it, like that's bread, right? That's crazy, right? Stayed out to ask that. Okay, dude, take it. But yeah, it's crazy though. Like somebody thought of this shit. Somebody was like, "Hey, I want to make this bread." Like, what is bread? I do wonder, like, how did that came to be? I mean, I guess like they were storing seed, right? At a place, and over time, like because of movement, a lot of it just grinds down, and probably like some like dust was left at the bottom of the like storage, right? They just took it, and they were like, huh. And they added some water to it maybe, or some shit like that. Like I do wonder, like, how did people invent bread? Like concept of bread, concept of mixing seeds with water and then baking it, right? But on top of that, how the fuck did they found out about like yeast? The fact that you can add yeast, right, to the dough mixture, and it's gonna make it more fluffy and shit. Like, who the fuck thought of that? Because you have to understand, like, most of the things that happened to like mankind was just accidents, right? Like same with wine, for example, right? Wine was a total fucking accident. Like somebody probably just left a bunch of grapes in a place, and then over some time it just spread its juice, right? And then it fermented, and somebody was like, huh, this doesn't smell too bad. And they drank it, and they got drunk from it, right? And they were like, holy shit. This is like... And you have to imagine, like, some hallucinations and shit associated with it. That's why it's probably associated with, like, God and, like, Almighty and shit like that, right? It was saliva on grain. Yeah, but for example, wine, I think wine was straight up... Here, let me actually check this for sure. The origin of wine. What is... Oh. Okay, so it says the origin of wine dates back thousands of years and is widely believed to have begun in the region of ancient Mesopotamia near present-day Georgia and Iran, around 6000 4000 BC. Archaeological evidence like residue found in ancient clay jars points to Georgia as one of the earliest places where humans started fermenting grapes into wine. That said, it's tricky to pin it to one modern country since borders back then didn't match today's map. We're talking about the earliest strong evidence. Georgia often gets the nod. Those jars from about 6000 BC are pretty convincing. Iran got a claim. Iran got a claim too, with sites like Haji Firuz Tepe showing wine traces from around the same time. From there, winemaking spread to places like Armenia, Egypt, Greece, and eventually Rome. I would say that since Iran, most likely, like due to weather, it's not ideal condition. But I would say that it is probably like close to Georgia over into Azerbaijan. Because, for example, the biggest winemaking that we have in Georgia, right? Like, this region is considered the biggest winemaking region. The eastern Georgia, right? Like here, basically. All of eastern Georgia. So, with that in mind, I would imagine like this area, mostly like this area, I guess. Because otherwise, you can't grow shit here. Because it's a fucking desert. And the only greenish area that you have is around here, right? So it had to be like Georgia / Armenia / Azerbaijan. Yeah. Also, cheese was milk on a goat stomach bag that went wrong. Yeah. That makes sense. We actually... I think I need to change that so whenever it does like 100 gifted subs, it doesn't play it for every single sub. Alright. Yo, Mr. Skull, thank you very much for the gifted subs. Thank you. Oh no, it's this motherfucker again, dude. I swear to God, why? Look, I swear to God, if you're gonna type another message and then delete it right away, I am timing you out again for 24 hours. Do not do that. I swear to fucking God. I don't know why you do that. It's fucking annoying. Don't fucking do that. Holy shit. Ooh, it's some guy on YouTube. He's just keep doing that. He just posts a message and then he deletes it. Because I guess like on YouTube you can delete your own messages. Unlike on Twitch. So he's just keep doing that. It's fucking annoying. Two brain cells are fighting each other. Yeah, probably. My two brain cells fighting each other. Wait, Skull, do you have a week off now? From your work? Oh, by the way, how long do you plan on working there? I mean, while the war is going on, I would imagine. Actually, you know what I can do? At least, yeah. I mean, there are some things going, so now question is like how long it's gonna take for the war to end. I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. European partners are acting like absolute fucking idiots, though. I do see that. I don't know. I mean, now that America has that deal, or they will have the deal on Friday, if Zelensky doesn't fuck it up again, they should have a deal on Friday with the minerals. That would mean that America basically is fully pledged into like delivering that $5 billion in return for some of the resources that Ukraine will be giving to US, which is perfectly fair, to be honest, right? None of the money that Ukraine has been getting hasn't been for free, so it only makes sense that they make a deal where both sides are interested as much, right? But there is a different question at this point. Oh, where's Zeus, by the way? Or Zayats? I haven't seen him in a while. I really hope he's doing fine. It's not that bad of a job. That's good. What are your thoughts on it, Mr. Skull? What do you think? What do you think about war ending anytime soon? You think that's gonna be happening soon or not really? If most of the areas with resources are privatized, owned by companies or firms, and are either already mining or are planning to do so, well, it's gonna be probably something like this, where like those companies still pay taxes to Ukrainian government, right? So half of that money is gonna be basically going to US. And the way it works is like, it's not like US like constantly owns this money. It's more so because like, since Ukraine doesn't have funds right now specifically, right? It's sort of like US is giving them a loan, right? US is giving Ukraine a loan, and Ukraine is gonna be paying off from the minerals. Or it might straight up just be minerals. I'm not sure how it all works. If it's gonna be, whether it's gonna be money straight up or minerals specifically. But I guess like that's the question, like, are they privatized? I mean, they're not government owned, I would imagine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about the details, but I do know one thing, that the fact is that US basically saying with this that US is saying that Ukraine is our interest now, and Putin has to fuck off basically, right? And the only way Putin can fuck off if Trump sort of makes this like pseudo deal with him, right? Where like, hey, you have to fuck off from this area. This is my jurisdiction now, basically. The only thing that I hate is like how media is trying to paint all of this, right? I mean, I'm not a Trump defender, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I feel like it's absolutely stupid saying that like, oh, Trump being buddy-buddy with Putin is bad, because, I mean, that's how you do business, right? You can't do business with constantly calling him a dictator and calling him a piece of shit and saying that his mother should die in a fucking ditch and shit like that, right? Oh, that's obviously not how you make the deal, right? Because then they will say like, oh, who the fuck are you? I'm not gonna make any deals with you. I mean, if you want the war to be done, you have to make a fucking deal. Or you have to fight, right? And it's clear that Europe doesn't want to fight. Because if they wanted, they would have been funding Ukraine much better. So yeah. Europe has always taken a huge fucking L instead of like, yeah. You're a huge dick and I hate you. Can I get a discount on a commission now? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's exactly how it is, right? It's like if you're trying to come to me to get a commission done and you're just constantly calling me a dick, you're calling me a fucking bitch, you're saying that I'm a piece of shit, and then you're coming here and telling me like you want to get a good deal on your commission. Like, that's not how it fucking works, right? That's why I'm saying like Europe is doing this like shitty ass like virtue signaling politics basically, and I really fucking hate it. I really wish that they were just done with that shit at this point, because it's getting boring. Like, nobody gives a shit at this point. Like, seriously, dude. It is absolutely fucking pathetic that Europe is acting. Oh my god, Trump is not calling him a dictator. He must be friends with him. No, that's not what it is. That's not how it works. If you're trying to get a deal done, especially when it comes to war, holy shit, you can't just keep calling him a fucking dictator and a war criminal. You're just trying to get a deal done. I am French and I believe France is to blame. Here's the problem, like, I feel like in this situation, when it comes to war, you could potentially say that everyone is at fault, right? I mean, first and foremost, Russia is at fault, right? 100% Russia is at fault. The fact that Russia is invading another country is 100% their fault, right? But if we agree that it's their fault, right? Then you have to also understand that, like, okay, if it's their fault, like, what do we do about it? Like, it's impossible to get a deal done with them. Okay, then let's fight with them, right? But Europe doesn't want to do fighting as well, right? Because it's not in their best interest. Well, in their best interest to, like, let Ukrainians fight with them, right? But then when it comes to that, they don't give Ukraine sufficient support, right? They don't give them enough weaponry. They don't give them enough ammunition, right? So that's shit, right? Obviously. Like, usually when I shit on Europe, it's mostly because of that they are just not providing sufficient support to Ukraine. That's it. And it was so simple to do, and they didn't do it. It was literally a win-win situation for Europe. Europe doesn't have to fight this, right? I mean, look, you're Europe, right? You don't want to go into this war, right? Because, well, maybe you care about your own people, which, if they really did care about it, they would not be, you know, there's... Anyways, so then the second best thing to do is just let Ukrainians fight, right? It's in your best interest then, right? But then you're not giving them sufficient support, and like, that's not good. You okay, Dash? Huh? Try to do some stretches. Hope war ends by the end of the year. I feel like all of that depends on whether Trump is gonna get the deal or not. But for that, Europe really needs to shut the fuck up. It's almost as if like they don't want this deal to be done. Like, that's really how it feels like at this point. Makes you think, like, who really wants this war to keep going at the same pace that it's going? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Defense company stocks. I mean, Europe is not even really producing much, though. That's the problem. Like, they're constantly blaming US for it, saying that, like, oh, it's the US weapons factories that are benefiting from this. But I mean, US only started funding Ukraine after, like, what, a year of war or some shit like that? 2 years of war? Like, Biden administration and shit like that. And, like, now Trump is coming in, he wants to end all of this shit, and he's still the bad guy. Like, that's insane. Like, if anything, all of this would actually make you think that Democrats are the ones behind, like, all of this, like, dumbass wars in fucking Eastern Europe or, like, Middle East in general. I mean, back in the 80s and 70s, it was the Soviets, right? Like Afghanistan and shit like that. I also find it ridiculous that Europe was bashing Trump for the mineral deal, but now that the mineral deal is coming to, like, its end and they're gonna sign it, now Europe is also like, oh, we want that mineral deal as well, by the way. It's like, god damn it, dude. That's what I'm saying, like, that's why I fucking hate European politics. Is this virtue signaling dogshit politics? with the Taliban, but we'll see. I don't trust his deals. Whose deals? Trump's deals? I mean, this is more so something like this. It's in America. Let's just say America, because Trump is Trump, but it's America in first. It's in America's first priority to keep funding Ukraine with the money that they are gonna sign the deal with. I think it's gonna be 500 billion, and then some people said like it might go up to 1 trillion, right? So it's gonna be in America's best interest to keep giving weapons to Ukraine so they can defend those lands, right? Because those lands, they become America's interest, basically, right? It's in America's best interest that those lands stay under Ukraine so that Ukraine can pay them off. And I would imagine that in a deal, that's exactly probably what it says, that like, yeah, Ukraine is going to be paying America with those minerals, but as long as those regions are under Ukraine, basically. Because I mean, obviously we don't know the whole deal, right? We don't know that what's actually written in the whatchamacallit, in the document, right? But I would imagine that Zelensky's side and their lawyers are not fucking stupid, and they're not gonna be making a fucking dumbass decision. Same with the American side, right? I mean, usually there's a lot of like shit involved in deals like that, right? I mean, if I can think of it, I'm pretty sure somebody that is smarter, especially in terms of like law, can think of it as well, right? So it's in America's best interest to keep funding Ukraine, and it's in Ukraine's best interest to uphold the deal, basically, right? Because they're gonna be getting weapons from US, right? And that's why I think it's important for Trump to specifically get a deal with Putin specifically. I mean, you can hate Putin, and I really fucking hate Putin. I really wish he was just fucking dead at this point. But if you want the war to be done, that's the only way it can happen at this point. Or you fund Ukraine to its teeth and you just destroy to the point where they're very easily able to fend off Russia, right? Which, I mean, throughout the 3 years, it has not happened, right? So what the fuck do you do? Yeah, we'll see what happens. I do have a good feeling about this, but at the same time, I feel like it's not gonna end anytime soon. It's not like Russia is gonna be like suddenly, okay, we're going back. Like, they still have to like make up some bullshit, basically. Like a propaganda to sell their own people, right? Otherwise, like, if you don't know, Russians are already getting pissed off. They're like, why the fuck were we fighting? Hello? Ooh, I want to see the face of that guy that I met on VRChat who was talking with me about Way of the Warrior and how he wanted to go to Ukraine to defend his land. Dumb piece of shit. Way of the Samurai or Way of the Warrior. Warrior. Yeah, there was this guy on VRChat that I was talking to. He was saying how if his land... Okay, so first he was telling me that like all of these wars is just a people at the top controlling us, the little people. But then he's talking about how if he has to, he's gonna go and defend his land. He was saying how it's like a way of the warrior and shit like that. It's like... So wars are done by people at the top, but then you're still gonna go and fight for them. Wow, so fucking smart. Oh boy. Defending my land, running headfirst in a different country. Exactly. I mean, I wish I was making this shit up, but I'm telling you, like, he was actually telling me that. And he seemed like a smart guy, genuinely. I was like, he was at least willing to talk with me about it, right? But then he says like that dumb shit, and I'm like, holy shit, you're so fucking stupid. That's insane. Because you really can't say shit like, oh, like this war is done by like people at the top, we're just small people, and then say like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and fight this war anyways. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Like, saying two sentences that are absolutely contradicting each other is insane. I remember how like a bunch of other people came in and said like, oh, why are you talking about this? It's not like you can change his mind. Like, what? That's the whole idea of talking to each other, to like, in the process of seeking some sort of truth, so you change your mind. If you're the type of person where like you can never change your mind about things, like holy shit, then you're so fucking stupid, right? Insane. Insane, dude, insane. Yeah, any Germans in the chat, by the way? What's up with you guys, by the way? I know I talked with Rexlex, my mod, the other day, and I think he was okay with the result. I did not really ask him, but I think the party that he was voting did win, CDU, I think it's their name. I'm just wondering like how many other people are okay with that. Because I also heard something about how they straight up backtracked from their original statements that they were saying that they're gonna close borders to illegals and shit like that. VRChat is weird. I mean, of course it's weird, because look, you have a space where, first of all, the main reason why VRChat is weird is this. It's anonymous. When you can go in a social place as an anonymous person, right? Of course you're gonna allow yourself to do a lot more than you would otherwise. Or maybe you wouldn't specifically, right? But an average person would, right? I mean, we're all different, right? Some of us just cannot express ourselves like the same way in real life, right? So VRChat is like sort of like that social escape place, right? You go there to just act the way you want to act, right? And the anonymity is really helping that out. I mean, of course, there are some rules where like if you go over your boundaries, you will get banned and whatnot, right? But in general, right, you can sort of like do almost whatever the fuck you want, right? There's no real limits or rules necessarily, right? So of course it's gonna be like weird, especially if you're the type of person where you like everything to be like, how do I say this? Like correct and not much deviation from like norm and whatnot, right? Hope. Just gonna get you high. Ah. Mm-mm. Push-ups? No, 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 no. I'm not doing push-ups right now. I'm like way too comfortable to get up right now. Don't force me. People are weird sometimes, and people also have weddings in VRChat, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, but that's exactly what I said, right? It's something that they can't have in real life, right? So they just reenact some of their fantasies in a virtual space, right? I mean, that's literally what I said. And part of it is anonymity. Like, it's not like you go there with your real name and whatnot, right? No, you usually just go there with an Alya. How do you say it? Alias? Like, nobody knows who you are in real life, right? Nobody can judge you for the things that you do, right? So it makes sense. Weddings are very funny though. I actually was invited to weddings back in the days. I think the VRChat in that sense is like very interesting because like you're saying wedding, right? But the thing is, like that was never a norm. Basically, if you and I was there whenever like some sort of like VRChat social norms are being created on the spot, right? And I can tell you right away that as far as wedding goes, it was never a norm from the get-go. What happened was like, I think like a group of people decided that they want to RP a wedding, right? And they invited a bunch of people. And it was first time, and it was actual RP basically, right? Like role playing, right? And then after that, a bunch of other groups similar to that started doing that as well as content, right? Because back then, the whole VRChat thing was basically reproducing what other people are doing, right? So if like one group of our peers was doing like something, right? In this case, it was wedding, and people were seeing that it's like popular, right? A lot of people are watching that and whatnot. Then other people are doing it as well, right? Because they thought that, well, this is a good content, right? And they were right about it. I mean, usually streams like that did have a lot of views, right? But ultimately, it was just copying what other people were doing, right? But then, like, eventually it also became a norm, right? Because when you allow something to happen, even as a joke, right? Then a bunch of people are gonna do it, like, seriously as well, right? Like, semi-seriously, right? And especially since we are sort of living in an era where, well, we allow people to think whatever they want about themselves and play along with their fantasies, right? Instead of calling them crazy or whatever, right? I mean, it's only a norm that something like that would become more and more popular, right? In a virtual space. So yeah, it's not anything crazy, don't get me wrong. After they finish this mode, free, I don't know. You don't even get free food. What's the point? True. Wait, have you ever been to a wedding of like totally random people? Where like, I guess like it would be a lot easier to do that in US, right? Did not? Like going to a wedding of people that you just don't even fucking know, but you sneak in there just for free food. I would absolutely want to do that. That sounds like absolute fucking fun. Because chances are people don't even know who the fuck you are, and you can always just lie that you're just, you know, you're somebody's friend and it's whatever. But obviously never done it myself. But that's something that I do want to do. If I ever end up going to US, I do want to go to like some random ass people's wedding. And not crash it, but like, you know, just get some free food. America. God, if only our government played their cards good enough and not fucking constantly try to go up kissing Russia's butt, dude. We could have actually gotten like a simpler visa with US. There were several official Cult of the Lamb weddings. I'm happy for the people. The vids felt too. Yeah, were they like marrying each other? I mean, did you understand that shit like that was happening in like World of Warcraft as well, right? Like people are getting married in World of Warcraft and whatnot. Like that's not like anything new. People have been doing that shit in video games like for forever. It's just VRChat is like, again, like it's you might think it's a lot more weird because you also have like voice chat, right? Like you can just talk to each other like straight up instead of just chatting, right? So it makes it a lot more intimate, I guess, right? Intimate, not in a sense of like sexual intimacy. I'm talking about intimate in the sense of like human intimacy, right? Yeah, and it's virtual. Yeah, and it's in VR. I mean, hell, people get fucking married in Roblox. And they have kids. Hey now. I was gonna say I met my wife on VRChat, but I mean we didn't get married in VRChat. We didn't do that. Actually a strange realization, to be honest, that I met my wife on VRChat. But it's not like we were talking. Okay, so here's the difference. Most of the time, people only communicate in VRChat, right? But when I met my wife on VRChat, we straight up went on and started communicating over Discord and whatnot. Right? So it's not like our communication was only limited to VRChat. Like we were, if anything, we were doing mostly out of it. VRChat was just doing some dumb shit. Watch modeling and study, and now chatting about VRChat. Goes. Chatting about politics, dirty politics. We're just simple people, dude. We are just simple people. What do we know about politics? Real politics. Oh, you're talking about that. I have no clue what does that have to do with what I was saying, but okay. In the cultist robes, some official props from the in-game. I don't remember, but who remembers like we were watching this on stream here? Or was it on stream? I actually don't remember whether it was on stream or not. There was this fucked up story with like a dude that basically he was basically chatting with this 12-year-old girl. He himself was like 17. There's like a documentary on it on YouTube, like basically exposing VRChat and some of its like some of the people there, especially some of the people that are very close with like devs. Yeah, it's a very fucked up story, especially with the 12-year-old girl. It's super fucked up. I don't remember what the documentary is called, but if you ever shit. Do you remember what it was called? I swear to God, I don't remember. Like, we didn't watch it on stream. I don't think so. I think it was me watching with my wife. VRChat. Was it a disturbing world of VRChat? Was it that? Oh yeah, it's this one. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. It's this video right here. It's 2 hours, but if you have time to watch it, I promise you, like, it's the least boring thing that you will watch. Because this shit is crazy. Like, there's literally not a minute that is not gonna keep you interested in this video. Yeah, I'm gonna post it in both chats. I can't play it on stream because there are some fucked up stuff. It's also done very nicely. %60 of people, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I know League makes people depressed, but holy shit, dude. Well, I feel like this is the biggest reason why that's the case as far as statistics go, right? Because 74% of people playing VRChat, oh, it was a 1,000 player, whatchamacallit, pool, but still 1,000 player pool is good enough for like a general assessment, right? But 74% of people said that they were diagnosed with a mental illness. 74% of people. That's a shit ton of people. So I think the whole loneliness factor and whatnot doesn't necessarily come from like a human factor, but it also comes from the mental illness factor. But yeah, it's a very good documentary. It's done in a good way, and like I'm pretty sure like it's based on, well, it's not based on, but it is like true stuff. It's a good one though. It's a good one. Don't get me wrong, not to like shit on VRChat and say like, oh, VRChat is inherently like that. It's just a lot of that stuff that is talked about video is basically talking about the side of VRChat that is fucked up, basically, right? And I feel like that's fair, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you're saying that like, oh, VRChat is all fucked up because of that. No, it's just the side of it that is fucked up. And I feel like that's fair, right? Like people should be aware of that as well. I mean, everything is at the end of the day statistics, and you can't generalize people playing it, right? But actually, now that I'm thinking about VRChat as well, I feel like, I guess, like it also made me feel lonely in a way, and then because I feel like the main realization comes from the idea that like, yeah, you're surrounded by all these people, but you're really not. Like they're still like virtual. But it's like while you're inside, it feels like way too real, especially if you're with a VR headset. Like all of that seems like way too real, right? But then there's also a realization at the same time that it's not really. So it makes sense why like people said that like, yeah, it makes them feel weird, but if they give it up, they're gonna feel even more or it makes them feel alone. And if you're gonna give it up, they will feel even more alone, right? It makes sense why that's that way. So yeah. Now, freak. I would stay away from people who play VR sandbox games. What's a VR sandbox game? You mean just generally hanging out on VRChat type of stuff, or I'm just not aware of like that term in VRChat specifically. I have not played that game for years now. I mean, I will say VRChat was like a good way to socialize with people, and if I wanted to socialize with people, I would probably still do that. And there's very rare, like maybe once a year, where I still get on and I just go around and just like fuck around, talk with people. Like, I mean, last time it was about the war and whatnot. Like I said, I was talking with a bunch of Russians about it. This is when one of them said like that the way of the warrior and like that. But yeah, otherwise I don't really have a need in socializing with people, especially after my wife, which might sound sad, but I really don't need more socialization than that. At least real life socialization, because I get a lot of it on stream as well already. So it's like Gary's Mo about VR. I mean, that's like every world though, no? Like every hangout world is basically that. Hangout. British. One name, oh me.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
good enough socialization for me. Talking to locals has bigger cultural linguistic barrier, and I also find it much more awkward to approach people IRL compared to dropping a tweet chat on a category I care about. Yeah, but I mean, I would also imagine that it's not really the same. Like chatting with people is one thing, but like real life interaction is a different thing. I mean, that being said, maybe you're just not the type that you like real life interaction with people. I absolutely love real life interaction with people. I'll say that much. I do not have the need for it necessarily, but I will say that as far as like IRL interaction with people goes, I absolutely fucking love that. I would definitely not trade it for like online interactions. Like that's for sure. I think like from the very early time when I was on the internet, one thing that was always like in my mind was my constant yearning for wanting to like see the people that I talk with on the internet, to see them in real life as well. And I would always imagine that. And up until recently, like I thought that was gonna be like an impossible feat to achieve. But then like Gamescom happened, right? And I went to it and I met people and I was like, wow, this is absolutely fucking great. And yeah, I don't know, like it's the type of thing where like it still sticks with me, you know, after the years. Especially the first Gamescom that we went to, because there were a lot of fucking people, I remember. We also got Miki to come to it. You probably don't know Miki. She's from US, and she was the first person from US I've seen in real life. Well, she also came to that event because of like me partially, right? Because she wanted to just meet up with the whole community and me and like everything, right? So yeah, that was fucking great. I just like sitting in my room. Trust me, like whenever you are part of like a small online community, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, right? Maybe it's just me. But I feel like whenever you are part of a small online community, right? At some point, you might get that idea that like, oh, it would be great to meet up with this wonderful people. And I don't know, like there's something about it, you know? There's something really cool about that. And I personally really love that. I do understand that like not all people are like that, right? A lot of people just do not like the whole like real life socialization and whatnot, right? Yeah, I like that. I like to like know more about people, to see how like I don't know, meet different type of people. It's very interesting to me. If anything, like that's the most interesting thing to me. Right. For some reason, all my friends from AI generative chat always reject when I suggest that I. God damn it. Dude. Oh god. Allowed to, but I gotta sort my income situation first. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, even like for myself, there's not really. I mean, there's no real group of people anymore. Because back then I used to play VRChat a lot too, so a lot of those people used to hang out with me because I was playing VRChat. And I don't do that anymore, so now it's just a bunch of you nerds that just wanna learn how to 3D model or some other dumb shit. So yeah. Yorking. Says the original nerd. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like a little bit sad about that I'm not gonna be able to do something like that with a group of people, but it is what it is. You know, some things come, some things go. And it's just life, right? Also, if I want things like that to happen in the future, I have to be the initiator of it anyways, right? Like if I miss not those times, but times like that, I have to be one creating times like that as well, right? But yeah, I feel like one of the saddest part, now that I'm thinking about it, the sad part about being a streamer, especially being a streamer with a low amount of viewers, is that, you know how like for big streamers is the other way around? It's the chatters that are, god damn it, what's the word? I always forget that word. It's not asocial. There's a word for... There is a word for people, not introverted. No. There's a specific term for people that get emotionally invested with streamers, and it's only like one-sided interaction. There's a word for it. Parasocial relationship. It's parasocial relationship. So I was gonna say, usually parasocial relationship, or people have this idea that parasocial relationship happens from the side of the viewers, right? Because you as a viewer, you get emotionally invested with your streamer, right? But he realistically does not know anything about you, right? Like who the fuck you are. You're just a random person chatting in his chat, right? At the end of the day, right? But I feel like the problem with smaller streamers is that you get emotionally invested with the people that come to your stream, especially on daily basis, right? And yeah, I don't know, like it's rough. It's very rough whenever like these people, they just like, I don't know, like stop coming to your streams or whatever it is, because you're actually more emotionally invested in these people. And I always like, I always said that about myself. It's something that I really hate about myself, is that I always emotionally invest into people, right? And then whenever like they stop coming to my streams, I get sad about that. Now that being said, that's all me, right? Like there's the only responsible person in this scenario is just me, right? Nobody else, right? But I feel like when it comes to like parasocial relationship, if anything, yeah, with smaller streamers, it happens like this, basically. Because I see that all the time. You see, the problem is like from your perspective, I'm still here, right? I'm still streaming. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still me, right? But from my perspective, a lot of you people, right? Well, they're not here anymore, but like I get used to a lot of people, right? And then when they stop coming, like I instantly like become sad about that. I'm like, oh, that person is not coming to my streams anymore, or that person is not coming to my streams anymore. And it makes me really sad, you know. But that's just how it is. What I'm trying to say is that that's the way it is, all right? There's nothing really you can do about it. That's just how it works. That's how it is. That's how it works. Can't do much about it. That's just the way it is. And after years and years, I mean, I've been streaming for 6 years now. Even after 6 years of streaming, I still cannot get used to that feeling. It's still fucked up. Every time that fucking happens, it still fucking makes me sad. Pair. Parasocial. Paranuts. Save your tears for another day. One of those moments when you're sad and the sad song plays on the radio. This song is about me. Save your tears for another day. One day and never again. Yeah, like sort of the same way, right? Because I mean, ultimately, like, what are friends, right? Friends are just the people that you talk on daily basis, right? So save your tears for another day. Tears. Tears of... Yeah. What's your thoughts on having a GF? Oh, that's rough. What type of GF are we talking about? Are we talking EGF? Are we talking like real life GF? Are we talking... What are we talking about? Because I have very limited experience in that sense. Actually, well, I have experience with having an EGF. And then I have an experience with having real life GF. Real life. To be honest, I actually really dislike the concept of having a GF/boyfriend nowadays, especially the way it's portrayed in popular media and by just media in general. I really do not like it, cause like I feel like maybe you guys see this too, like whether it's in popular like media, whether it's in short format, whether it's just videos on YouTube or whatever it is, right? Usually relationships are portrayed in a very weird way where it's just like two people that almost have no interest in each other's hobbies, right? And it's just two people being together, and I really don't like that concept. But I guess people who do meet and become GF boyfriend based on personal interests, they don't really post a lot on the internet, right? So yeah, I don't know. I would say if you're trying to find yourself a girlfriend, don't find a girlfriend for the sake of having a girlfriend, but more so find a girl for the sake of finding a person that has similar interests that you do, right? I feel like that's the best bet. I mean, that being said, I understand that your dick has other opinion, right? But yeah, ultimately, I think that's what I think. That's what I think about it. Find yourself a girl that has similar interests that you have. And then, yeah, if you are a dude, and I would imagine you are a dude, right? I don't know, maybe you're a girl trying to... you're like, oh, I want to have... Like, if you're a dude, 100% take care of your visual side. I'm talking about, like, working out, getting your having a relatively decent haircut, taking care of yourself, like good hygiene, like shit like that. I mean, when you get married, then nobody gives a shit about I'm joking. Also on screen chat emotes working, not today, I guess. It's because I am capturing Chatterino. I should change that, but let me see what can I do about that. I think I can change that window. Let's see. Also chat. Match title. Window title must not match. Yes. Alright, let's see this. Is this good? Yeah, I think this is good. Liking a streamer is somewhat similar to having a one-sided crush. When she's happy, I feel happy too. Okay, you're getting into a simp territory, all right? You gotta be really careful about that, buddy. That's a simp territory. You really don't want to be in that territory, so watch out. Watch yourself, boy. I'm not even joking, that is a fucking simp territory. That's not even parasocial anymore. But that being said, like, a lot of the streams are aimed at that. They are aimed at, like, single lonely man and abusing that mental state. So I mean, I'm not saying that like it's done deliberately with an ill intent, right? But let's be honest, like a lot of this VTubing business is aimed at single men, whether you want it or not. Because that's what they benefit from, right? It's not like they're top donors and top sub gifters and top this and top that are other females, right? No. Like most VTubers, like top gifters and top donators are usually just other males, right? So, yeah. I mean, that being said, I'm a dude, and even my top gifters and top donators usually are other males as well. So it's not really like anything abnormal. But I'm not trying to capitalize on their loneliness. Or am I? Maybe to a certain extent. But it's not deliberate, I promise you. I have no interest in making you seem like I like you. I don't like you, I hate you. Forgot about the simp word, yeah. I believe many streamers also have similar feelings towards their fans. They feel happy when they can bring joy to their fans. I don't know. I might seem cynical saying this, but I feel like a lot of streamers, especially like people that have large audiences, their main interest is not making you happy. I feel like it's making money. And maybe this is like way too cynical of me to say that, but the thing is, like, at the end of the day, I cannot know whether you're happy or not, because the only way I can see that is if you're donating me money or not, right? So then the question is it the money, or is it like me thinking that you're happy? Which one is it? I mean, you can think the way you want, obviously, but I'm just saying that, like, I'm a little bit cynical about this. It's just kind of the way I am. Maybe it's a bad thing, maybe it's a good thing, but that's just how I think about some of this stuff. But I definitely think that there is a certain incentive, right? And people don't just do things out of just goodwill and that's it. There's always some sort of incentive. It's either making themselves look good, so some sort of like virtue signaling, right? It's either money, it's either popularity. It's always something. There's always incentive. I mean, think about it this way: if there was no incentive, nobody would ever do anything, right? Like you do something because there's incentive for it. Who fill their entire rooms with merchandise of the same streamer are the ones who are more fanatical. Are they more fanatical? I agree with you. They are more fanatical, sure. They're just different levels of fanatism, I guess you could say. I mean, to be honest, I already hate the word fan, to be no matter how it's interpreted, right? I already hate it because I don't know, like it sort of implies that you're putting somebody else ahead of you, and I'm not a big fan of that. And I wouldn't want anyone else to do that too. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of yours. But maybe like the word itself just sort of like lost its meaning to begin with. Like people just do it because there is a... It's like a socially acceptable form of showing your dedication to somebody else. Thanks for hanging out with us. You're welcome. Don't mention it. Frostpunk. That was a good anime. Oh yeah, to the guy talking about being towards their fans, blah blah blah. You need to get yourself a wife, sir. All right. Clearly, you have some daddy instincts going on for you, and you have this instinct of caring about somebody else other than yourself, and that's a good thing, right? But don't waste your energy on virtual waifus, all right? Try to get yourself a girl that you can treat like a queen, and then she'll treat you like a king as well, all right? Don't waste your time on this fake ass feeling of on somebody that will never ever know who the fuck you are. It's been a while actually since I've heard somebody like saying something like this. It's a very simpy attitude, alright? Haven't seen much simps in a while. Daddy vibes. Who, me? No, I'm talking about the Fireball channel guy. Probably will spend my time with your cat. Maybe you will. But I feel like from experience, it's always the same shit where like, you're just gonna get bored of it. And eventually you're just gonna find yourself a girl that you like. And she likes you. Or maybe a boy, I don't judge. Maybe you're into boys, who knows? Ain't no shame on that. With perfect AI waifus, alright dude. What the fuck? Muted it. Just a moment. Ah, I fucked up. Bingo, bingo. What up, bingo, bingo? Bingo, bingo, ba bingo. On the bus. Is that the bus full of kids? No one's on it yet. Not even the driver? What? You're on a bus? Oh, I mean, if it's not moving, I guess it's fine. Are you waiting for the kids? Bingo, bingo. We'll go gather them, you know. I mean, how early do you get up nowadays? You already finished that model? Yeah, I can show you here. There, look at that, dude. Fucking video game grade character and props, dude. Doesn't that look great? Gotta reduce bloom a little bit though. You know the cool part about these robots? Well, other than the crystals and everything. I don't wanna do anything else. Oh, yeah, it came out very nice. Hope though those dudes are gonna like it too, but I think they liked it, to be honest. I mean, I'm still not sure what the fuck they're doing, but I did tell them to like tell me when they're gonna be posting that shit so I can like retweet that stuff, whatever the fuck they're doing. So yeah, we'll see what they're doing. I'm curious to see what they're up to. From what I understand, it seems that they're doing some sort of like AI messaging app with like a VTuber. That's how it sort of seems like. And I do not know anything else. But that's just how it seems like. Maybe that's not actually what it is. So yeah, I really don't know what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, I hope not. Well, I hope not too. Wait, they do like VTuber content as well, like on TikTok and shit like that, right? But yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm really not sure what they're doing. Hey, man. Oh, you know what's funny, Go? The other day I was trying to find a way to get myself a hardcover of Bible, like the English version. And apparently there's some websites where you can go to and you can ask them for a hardcover of Bible. But yeah, they didn't take in my postbox address. Bible? Yeah, like hardcover of Bible. I wanted a hardcover of Bible. I want to read it. Are you a virgin? Get a signed version? Signed by who? Jesus? Why hardcover? I mean, why softcover though? Softcover seems like shit. I want to have a hardcover of Bible, dude. Well, I want a hardcover. Can I not have a hardcover, Inko? Huh? Huh? Maybe we should watch Shawshank Redemption recently? No. If you just want to read it. Do you have like a local church, Inko, you can go to and ask them for like a copy? Tell them that it's for your friend from Georgia. Sorry, virgin. No, I'm not a virgin. I have a wife, my dude. Yeah, like... I don't even know what to tell you. Am I a virgin? Boy. Well, I feel like if you went to them and you told them like, hey, I have this friend in Georgia and he asked me if he could get a hardcover of Bible. He really wants to have one because he wants to read it. He also really likes America. Tell them that. Tell them that I really like America. Tell them that I want to migrate to America, but legally tell them that I legally want to come to America, right? And tell them that like I want a hardcover of Bible, right? Because I want to get accommodated and you know, learn English or learn American way of life, and then also get familiar with the Bible, right? I feel like they won't decline. Yeah, I feel like they won't decline. I don't think so. I don't think so. Plus, like, when was the last time you were up to some shenanigans? Huh? When was the last time you were up to some shenanigans? Tell me. Gotta pick up the kids. Inko doesn't have time for me anymore. She has kids now. Such. Huh? When I'm gonna be done? Like 6 o'clock probably around. I should have gotten up early today so I could. It's alright, I'll do that too. Today is just not my day, it's alright. Who did that? How dare you? Huh? There's few thrift stores. Bro, you know why I'm so jealous of you Americans? You guys have this thing. Inko told me about it a couple times. It's like these places where it's like sort of like thrift stores, sort of. But it's where like it's Amazon returns and shit like that, right? Where basically there's like a line and you have to go there like early and shit. And then they open up for everyone and you have to like go and just like dig through like all the returns. And you can like find some stuff like very, very, very fucking cheap. I absolutely love that shit, dude. I don't know what it's called, but that shit is so fucking fun, dude. I would absolutely love that. If I ever go to US, I do want to go to one of those events for sure. BBDB, BB. Looks kind of nice. My wife told me today that Bruno Mars made this song being inspired by Attack on Titan. That's what you told me, right, Dash? Go back to. Hi Shazo, how are you? Attack on Titan, Bruno Mars. Yeah, like this song. Oh, you're not hearing it. Okay, right. I was like, what do you mean? Okay, look. So on Twitch, there's a different songs than on YouTube because YouTube has like stricter copyright shit where it can copyright me like right on my live stream, and Twitch doesn't do that. So I have different playlists for YouTube and Twitch. But anyways, on Twitch there's a Bruno Mars song is playing, the Die With a Wish. And that song, Bruno Mars said that, huh? Well, somebody said it that he wrote it like because of Attack on Titan, basically. You.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Misinformation. Oh, talking about misinformation. Did you know that there's like 3 total terms for misinformation? God, I can't remember the third term. Here, wait. Let me ask Grok real quick. Ooh, what is this cutie pie? Oh my goodness. Um. Here's the agreed upon term like misinformation, disinformation, but what you're describing out there is called omission or withholding information. Okay, there's no term for it, basically. So, did you know that there's 3 total terms? And this is like a problem with potentially meddling with the idea of misinformation and somehow trying to control it. So basically there's misinformation, right? It's when somebody like shares or shares an information that potentially is not true, right? But they're not necessarily doing it out of ill intent, right? So they just, they're just incorrect about it and that's it, right? So that's misinformation, right? Then there's disinformation, right? Disinformation is saying something purposefully, knowing that it's a lie, right? But then there's a third term, and I'm not sure what it's actually called, but I heard it the other day. Basically, it refers to a type of an information which is truth, but you're still not letting it be said out in public because it could have a negative effect on that public. And I don't remember what the exact term is, but I mean, if we're gonna be going with a certain left-wing narrative, soon enough something like that could be a thing as well, right? Where like certain, like you might say, well, like, this information will hurt the public even if it's truth, so we're not gonna let you share it, right? It's a bad thing for society. It's not gatekeeping, it has its own term. Sounds like conspiracy, the term I mean. No. Conspiracy is different, right? Conspiracy can be right, can be not right, right? This is a concept where whatever is said is truth, objectively, but again, by saying it, you are gonna be causing some sort of distress in public, right? Somebody was talking about this. I think it was on Rogan's show. They had like a guest and he was talking about this. I don't remember what the term is though. Malinformation. Malinformation refers to malicious information, is it not? Malicious is just an information with negative effect to begin with. It can be true and cannot be true. That's different. But it's something information as well. Like misinformation, disinformation, and something information. Like, for example, you might say, well, your government officials has been stealing a lot of money from the government, right? And somebody might say, well, you can't say that out in public because that's gonna make people not believe in their government officials anymore, and that's gonna be bad for the society, right? Or whatever the fuck, right? Like, that's absolute bullshit, obviously, right? Like saying that certain government officials should be exempt from light shining onto their lies only because it could cause like some sort of public unrest, right? Like, that's dumb, right? Malinformation is information which is based on a fact but removed from its original context in order to mislead, harm, or manipulate. So it's not that then. It's not that. Like, I'm not talking about the concept. Holy shit, why you just keep talking about it? I already said it. I'm not talking about the concept. I understand that concept, but it's not the same concept. I'm talking about the concept of saying the absolute fucking truth, knowing that it's the truth without doing anything to it. But then somebody says, well, by you saying that truth, that will cause some sort of like public unrest, so we're not gonna let you say that. So it's a practice of saying truth, but that truth causing like somebody like a negative outcome anyways. Oh, tracking on my model broken? Yeah, it did broke, you're right. It's my cat. I think she moved past the camera and she dragged it by her butt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was my cat. How did manage to model the head reference? Seems off, not symmetrical. Oh boy. Equal. Bro. Next is gonna be furry model? Probably. I'm stuck. I'm seeking help from you. Can you guide, please, how to model the head, please? I don't know what you want from me, my dude. I don't know how you're imagining this to be. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what do you mean me guiding? Like, alright. Do you use 3D related programs other than Blender? Not that I'm complaining. You're complaining? What? I use Unity. That's a 3D related software, I guess. I don't even, dude, I don't understand what's happening today. I swear to fucking God. What's happening? I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab an apple. You can look at the grayscale of her meanwhile. Getting better. Weather is getting better finally. Any advice? I do not have an advice for you. I'm sorry.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Ever Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Three, two, one, zero, zero.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Is this the fantasy? Roblox teach me Blender. I'm actually gonna be making a new model sometime soon, all the way from scratch, because it's also gonna be a furry model, right? So I feel like that's gonna be a good starting point for a lot of people, maybe, because it's gonna be all the way from ground up zero. It's not gonna be a anime girl model, but it's gonna be a humanoid model, so you can still use that type of modeling for even humanoid characters, right? So just keep an eye out for that. It's probably gonna be happening after I'm done with this model. If there's not gonna be anything popping up after this in terms of like a commission or something like that, then I'll be doing that. Cubake stuff like piano, that's perfectly fine. Do that, and look, if you can just train doing that and like learn some keybinds and whatnot, right? By the time I'm gonna be whatchamacallit, like I'll be starting on that model, so you'll already have like some sort of a base, basically. Will be interesting. Yeah. I can sort of show you, but I can't show much. Oh, this is scary. I can't open up this. Well, I can open. No, I can't. Wait. I'm scared to open an image because I don't know where it's gonna open an image, on the left screen or the right screen. Okay, I'm fine. I think I showed this on stream already. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna show it yet because I still have to like finalize it. But yeah, once I finalize it, you will all know. I have to finalize it. It's a good design, and I feel like as far as a 3D model, it would look great. Here, okay, I can only show like a face, basically. Okay, would that work? It's not final because I do not know if it's gonna be this exact one or something similar. It's gonna be this type of fur. It's not gonna be like a weird type of fur. It's gonna be more like this. So like almost like a Neko Mimi, almost. Homophobic cat. Yeah, it's gonna be a homophobic cat. There's couple like designs that I like. Here, maybe. Oh, boy. Like something like this, for example. Here, I'll show this one too. See? It's not straight up like furries. It's more so like something like this, you see? Yeah, I can probably do another example. Here's another example. So something in this style. It still has to be finalized though. I basically have a lot of ideas that I want to do, like something similar to that. Yeah, I think this is like a chimera most sort of like. She has like 4 ears. But yeah, there's like there's a it's like that general style that I want to do of, and then I want to do like multiple different animals as well, like that. So I do want to do like a tiger with blue dots. I really want to do that one. I feel like texture wise that's also gonna look great. I also want to introduce a tiny bit of more shading on the models, where like I want to do reflection maps where they have like slight reflection on how do I say this? Like almost like kind of cool skin reflections. We'll see how I'm gonna set that up because it has to be done in Unity. But yeah, there's a bunch of things that I want to do like that, basically. And what's most important is that I'm gonna be making them NSFW. 100% NSFW. You heard it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna do the NSFW bits on stream, but it's more so for like selling point. Like their selling point is not just gonna be that the models are the way they are. But their selling point is gonna be that they're gonna have like not safe for not NSFW bit. I have not seen anything like that on the market, so I want to try it out and see how that works out. I mean, I'll have both versions, don't get me wrong, for people that just don't want that altogether. So I'll have like the safe for work, and then not safe for work version. Gimme, gimme, gimme the man of the midnight. Chat, gimme, gimme man of the midnight. Dibby 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 dibby. Gimme tweets. Show lolly for a prime sub. Do I have anything recent? Mio. Oh yeah, I have to like set up Mio. Can't show her skin. Actually, no, I can. There we go. Fire. Fire. You've been already subbing for 5 months, dude. What the heck? What the heck? That's fucked up. I think I was talking about this model, how like, if you basically cut off this much from the model, let me try it. It's fine, it should be like still fine. Yeah, if you cut that much from the model, it still looks fine. I just really like how her legs look on this. The texture on legs came out so fucking nice. Look at that. Same thing here, actually, in the back. Yeah, it came out very nice. Just nice knees. Knees. Scoliosis. Shut up. You have scoliosis. Is that like a black paint? Oh, it is. I need to get rid of that. Alright. Before I get accused of anything. Buddy dum. Bam, 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 ba-dam, bam, bam. For you. Smaug. Duck. Yo, thank you, dude. You've been holding on to that Prime sub, huh? Actually, maybe you were just lazy, you know, you're like, like I have Amazon Prime, but I'm lazy to like set it up. Yeah, whatever. I feel you, it's alright. Was not connected? Yeah, no. So I figured. For the lolly, yeah. Dude, like, tell me. Like, isn't that lolly very, like, there's literally nothing crazy about that lolly, right? Twitch went crazy on that shit, dude. I actually got banned for that character. That's insane. Yeah. And like, she was not even naked. That's the funny part. Like, she was not once naked. On stream, at least. Bad for too cute and funny. Yeah, I don't know. You know, the funny part is I did ask them for like a VOD. I was like, can you show me at what point like you considered this to be like bad, right? Like exactly. Because like how the fuck am I supposed to know? Maybe it was something I said, maybe it was something I implied, or you thought that I implied. Maybe it was like somebody in chat, maybe like what was it? And they didn't give me an answer. They were just keep sending me like some dumbass emails, like some generic answers. But it seemed like, yeah, like nobody really gave a shit. So yeah, I just gave up. It didn't really fucking matter at that point. So yeah. But yeah, Twitch staff thinks that it was sexual, by the way. Very weird of Twitch staff to think that way to begin with, to be honest. But yeah, I guess like not saying the all Twitch staff, but some of the Twitch staff seems like they're pedophiles, it seems like. They find characters like that sexual. Very weird, not gonna lie. Around the world, around. I'm joking over. I don't know. They did say that it was like some sort of a youth protection, whatnot. But like I said, like I still didn't get an answer from it. And I really wish I got it because I would know. But I mean, one thing that I did do was from that stream, I basically covered her body altogether, and it seemed to be fine. It's just Twitch sometimes acts very weird. You know how Twitch acts? Twitch acts like that guy that always is like acts like he's a feminist and he's like virtue signaling all the time, and then some time passes and police finds out that he actually abused a lot of women. It's like similar thing with Twitch. Like Twitch is that guy, you know? Twitch is that guy that acts all righteous and shit, but then it turns out that they were actually abusing a bunch of women themselves. Beep 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 beep. They better ban everything with children. I mean, if you're talking about youth protection, would it not make sense then to just ban everyone that provides any sort of sexual content on stream? Not to talk about like dangerous propaganda. Dangerous misinformation. Wait, what's here? Damn, okay. Can I get rid of this? Since that I can. dangerous misinformation. You guys believe in dangerous misinformation? Ooh, he's gonna get you. Scoliosis. Oh wow, I actually was thinking that I'm not gonna be able to do a lot today, but or I was not doing a lot today, but it seems that I was slightly wrong. Oh, the other kids with the pumped up kids. Did you know that this song is actually fucked up? It's actually about a school shooter. Not cool. I was watching like some like detective type of shit. Well, it was not detective, it was basically a police report and a story and like what happened. It was about a kid like bringing a gun to a school, and I think like they killed one other kid. It was fucked up. And I think like people were like, there was like one or two people. Oh yeah, like their Twitter got leaked, so a bunch of people are going to their Twitter and like telling this person that did that, like, oh, you know, like you're a bad person, hope you rot in jail, like blah blah blah. I mean, rightfully so, to be honest. Whenever you like do something like that, I feel like wishing death to that person is the least of the stuff that you can. Anyways, but then this other kid, I remember like in the comments, they were like, well, what would you do if you were bullied in school, huh? What would you do? I mean, definitely not shoot up the school, right? Seems like a reasonable thing, right? Like how about you just don't do that? Like, do not kill people, right? Makes sense, right? Insane, dude, insane, I swear. What would you do? Like, not shoot up the school? It's a great start, I feel like. Like, not doing that seems like a good fucking idea. Dude, what happened to like fighting in school, dude? Like, what's up with that, dude? I don't understand. Like, why can't you just fight in school anymore in America? Like, was that not like a much safer thing to do? Just fight. Just fight them, you know? Just beat up their ass. You can't do it, just ask somebody else to do it for you. Like, I don't know, like, put shit in their locker room, dude. Seems like a good idea. Like, there's just so many ways you can do that, I swear.
Oh, what happened? I think I have to keep it like that. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like better. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. If you're caught in a fight, both parties get punished exactly the same. Even if one of the people was defending themselves. Sure, I guess. But the problem is, you know what the problem is? And like, I wonder if you agree with what I have to say. Look, you know what the biggest problem is in American schools, I feel like, is that people that have a lot of energy do not have a way to exert that energy, right? So back in the days, a good way of doing that was like sports classes, right? You had your gym, right? And you would go there and you would do some like gym activity, like run around or whatever the fuck it was, right? Like nowadays you don't have that anymore, right? And you know, kids are energetic, right? They're young, they're growing up. And like it's very hard to like sit in a class for like 5 hours or 6 hours a day and just keep doing that. You need like a way to like physically exercise as well, right? And whenever they don't get that, right, they do like some other dumb shit, right? So I feel like it's also important to like have those type of classes, like phys ed, right? But for some reason, like, I guess US as a whole just got rid of it because, oh, it's like, it's insulting to people that are fat because they can't do it or some shit like that. Actually, I don't know. Is it still a thing in phys? You still have phys education? Are you like exempt from it though? Like, can you get like exemption from it? Oh my god, dude! I thought she was naked. I was like, that doesn't look. God damn it! Got me excited for a moment. Yeah, there's something about this, you know, something about like a suit being on a naked body. It's actually mandatory last I knew. Ah, interesting. Yeah, then I don't know. I don't know why kids are still like that. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, there is a problem of romanticizing like school shooting and whatnot. That is for sure. Internet culture sort of like also popularized that idea. Not very good, obviously, right? Yeah, I don't know what you would do. I guess like what you should do is just have like metal detector in every fucking school. I mean, that's the least of the things you can do, right? But that being said, it's not like that's somehow gonna stop like a school shooter from doing it anyways. Like you're just gonna come in through the back door or some shit like that. I do wonder like how much media has to do with that. Like romanticizing it basically. Cause it's definitely romanticized, right? But I wonder how much media has to do with that. And if they're doing, and if that's the case, if they're doing it out of like to like push certain agenda, right? Guns bad, we should ban guns, right? Like something like that. Social media is the issue. Well, that's part of it, right? That's why I said like romanticized, because social media also. Early 90s, there were shooting clubs in US, which where kids would bring their guns to school daily. Hell yeah, brother! Like that's such an American thing to do. Holy shit. You see, the thing is, like if you look at Europe, right? I would say that I wish that us Europeans, especially in Eastern Europe, had right to bear arms. You know why? Because then the government would not allow themselves to be dictatorial, right? And it would train like a whole different generation of government employees where they would not allow themselves to be as corrupt as they are right now in Eastern Europe, right? I really wish we had like right to bear arms, but we don't. We actually don't. Because the whole idea of guns is to like be able to resist your dictatorial government, right? And as you know, we're doing a pretty bad job of doing that right now. But at the same time, if you gave Georgians guns, they would fucking kill each other, dude. These fucking idiots would absolutely fucking murder each other. You see, this is something that like your culture has to be like familiar with it. You can't just introduce that concept to them, basically, right? Like, for example, Israel, right? In Israel, everyone owns a fucking gun. Doesn't matter. Like, men, women, they all have a right to bear arms. And I remember, like, during the, after the October terror attack, a bunch of people were, like, walking with those guns in the street. I mean, there is obviously a downside, right? But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. Everything has trade-off. Yeah, of course. Everything absolutely has a trade-off. I completely agree with that. Everything does indeed have a trade-off. Dude. Dude. Made of these nuts. I guess the only question is the trade-off like worth it, or is it not worth it? See, that's why I feel like why I have I'm not sure about US. It's like is the trade-off, but I guess like that's not even a question. I mean, just because you make guns illegal, it's not like bad people are not gonna find a way to like get those guns anyways, right? I mean, for example, the person that I'm talking about, right, that like killed a kid in a school, right? It was his dad's gun that the dad had stored in a safe, right? So then what is it? You know, then what is it? Like for example, I would be all for owning a gun at home, if not bear arms, at least, like, I mean, outside, at least owning it at home. Because I still want to defend myself in my own fucking home, right? I'm very in favor of gun ownership. I feel like as a woman as well, right? Like, you should 100% be in favor of gun ownership, right? Because, I mean, if we agree that women are, for example, physically, on average, let me like specify that. If we agree that women, on average, right, are inferior to men in strength, right? I mean, they should have a way to defend themselves somehow, right? Against a potential threat, right? Whether that threat is a, you know, a rapist or something like that, right? It makes sense, I feel like, no? Everybody is looking for something. I'm gonna do a thing where... Oh, no, not this. I am going to do a thing where I'll have this thigh highs right outside on the skin, right? Let me add a couple like this. And what I'm gonna do is basically I'll have a shape key. Here. And I'm gonna do something like this, basically. And our society is a polite society. When there's the worry that the other person will shoot back, people tend to stop and think before they start acting unwise. You see, I sort of agree with that too. It's a philosophy behind like martial arts, right? And in general being strong, right? You don't learn how to fight because you want to fight. You learn how to fight because you want to be able to defend yourself, right? And it's same thing, right? Like for example, if both of you are like experienced fighters, right? Before you start fighting each other, you would think twice about it, right? Because you would say, well, the other person is strong, so I'd rather behave, right? I feel like it's a psychological thing. I think Peterson was talking about this. It's where like men tend to be better at negotiating because there is an inherent like threat of violence, basically, right? And that's why men are usually better at negotiating, right? In at least our society, like male-dominated society. Hi from Brazil, dude. Yo, what up? $85 months, dude. Holy schmoly. Do you use Rigify add-on for rigging? No, I do everything by hand. And not getting hit in the face for it. Yeah, exactly, right? That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? I feel like that's actually very, very important, right? Like people just... And that's like sort of like why I was talking about earlier that like fighting, right, is a better alternative rather than shooting up a fucking goddamn school, right? Makes more sense too, right? People should be allowed to carry non-lethal weapons, but no guns. Ooh, that is very interesting, actually. And you know what, Rexlex? But what type of non-lethal are we talking about? I feel like this is the first time when you come in with your centrist opinion, and I actually really agree with you on that. But here's the problem though. You say that, but in Germany, you're not even allowed to have a pepper spray. And the only pepper spray you're allowed to have is animal pepper spray. And it has to be specified that it's an animal pepper spray. Otherwise, you might go to prison. So would you say that like Germany should allow people to carry pepper spray then? Are you a model for Alya, by the way? Yo, thank you, dude. I think they should. I applaud you. This is the first time you actually agreed on a matter of people having more power and not everything being in the not government deciding everything. All right, anyways, I'm gonna be done for today. I'm yapping a lot, but if a burglar breaks into your house with a gun, do you plan to pepper spray them? Well, I feel like what Rexlex referred to was outside, non-lethal outside, but at your own house, I feel like owning a gun is perfectly justified. I mean, if somebody's breaking in your house, right? They have no fucking business being there. And the only thing that you can assume is that it's a direct threat, right? No guns in houses as well. Okay, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you that. I don't agree with you that. Here's my thought. Okay, hear me out. If everyone in society knows that everyone in their own homes have a gun, I feel like nobody's gonna be breaking into your house at all, because they would know that there's a very high chance that they will get shot up. So they're gonna think twice before they're gonna break in your house. So gun in house, 100%. Yeah, you should be able to own a gun in your house. Look up statistics on accidental shot people in the house, in their own houses. I don't care. I really don't care about that. That's why they're called accidental. Just because it's accidental doesn't mean that you take that power away from the people. I feel like you should be 100% allowed to own a gun. I'm not talking about like AR fucking 15 or they could and then like literally like just blow the motherfucker to pieces. No, I'm talking like at least a handgun. You should at least be able to have a handgun, right? And be perfectly well trained with it, right? So you can like bam bam, like shoot in a head, not in a head, hand, leg, right? Non-lethal areas, right? To disarm them, right? As someone who has taken a hit of second-hand bear mace, pepper sprays going to hinder them, they can still blind shoot. Yeah. I guess it's same with like the legs, right? And hands. But if you like shoot them in the leg, at least like they cannot move anymore. So yeah, I don't know. Like I really don't agree with it. I really do not agree with not having a gun at home. I feel like having a gun at home and then having proper training with that gun is the way to go. I feel like it's 100%. Guns are not as accurate in real life. Really? I thought they're pretty accurate. I mean, I shot like AK. I shot Tavor. That's the Israeli gun. They're pretty accurate. Yeah. The guy's. I know he's wrong because I've actually shot like again, I've shot AK, I've shot Tavor, and like those are the two only guns that I've ever shot, and they're pretty fucking accurate. Especially if you know how to aim and shoot properly. Like they're pretty fucking accurate, yes. For a lifetime or be executed. If you accidentally shoot someone in your own home, should you go to prison? Okay, so usually in law, right? Usually in law, there are exemptions for situations like that. And usually it's I don't remember the exact term. Here, I'm gonna look it up. In law, what is it called when you accidentally shoot someone in your own home? And even if you do, what's the longest prison time for it in US? I guess not longest, I should have said like average. Wait, let me look it up. Oh, I think Grok is working very badly today, unfortunately. Grok. Okay, there you go. In the United States, accidentally shooting someone in your own home would typically fall under the legal category of involuntary manslaughter. So it's involuntary manslaughter. So it has a term for it. This is a type of homicide where there is no intent to kill, but the death results from the reckless or negligent behavior. So it's a negligent also behavior. The exact charge and potential prison time depends on the circumstances. So involuntary, this applies when someone causes a death unintentionally through reckless actions or criminal negligence. For example, if you were handling a firearm, usually not checking if it was loaded, and you discharge, killing someone, this could be the charge. Negligent homicide is when some states use this term instead, but it's similar to involuntary manslaughter and involves death caused by negligence. Defenses: if the shooting was truly accidental and occurred while you were legally defending yourself, example under stand your ground or castle doctrine laws, you might not face charges at all, provided the facts support self-defense. However, if negligence or reckless is involved, self-defense may not fully apply. So we knew that already. So the prisons now, or the prison times. So in the federal law, it says if the incident falls under federal jurisdiction, example federal property, involuntary manslaughter carries a maximum of 8 years in prison. However, sentencing guidelines often start lower, 10-16 months, unless aggravating factors like recklessness increases it. So basically, if it's like a total fucking accident, the maximum you will be sent to is 10-16 months. California, involuntary manslaughter can result in sentence of 2, 4, or 6 years in state prison. If firearm is involved, enhancements could potentially increase this through the base maximum is 6 years. Texas, the penalty for involuntary manslaughter called criminal negligence is up to 2 years in state jail basic cases. However, if the act is deemed reckless rather than merely negligent, it could, so like basically you were like playing around with your gun, like, you know, doing that, and you shot somebody. 20 years. Texas too, dude. Texas is like that. It's like a gun heaven, right? New York, 15 years. Virginia, 10 years. Georgia, 10 years as well. Yeah, so there you go. I'm gonna ask what's the average type sentence for this type of cases. Nationwide, sentence for involuntary manslaughter typically range from 1 to 10 years, with the average officer falling between 3 to 5 years in prison. Okay. That's why you learn gun handling, all right? I mean, this is like straightforward. You understand this, right? And I agree with that, actually. Whatever that said, I agree with that. Gun, dude, first thing that I went to army, what they teach you is how to handle gun. Number one rule. You know what the number one rule for guns are? Treat gun always as if it's armed. That's literally the number one rule. And if you are not following that rule, that's a negligence. If you're playing around with the gun, that's negligence. And you should go to prison. You should go to prison. I agree with that. If you're negligent with those basic gun rules, you should go to prison. 100%. So I actually agree with that. But that doesn't mean that you should not own a gun at home. It doesn't mean that. Never point at... Yeah, those are like the other rules as well, right? But I feel like Am I wrong at this? Because I'm pretty sure the number one rule is always treat the gun as if it's charged. Always. Like literally always. Even if you know 100% that it's discharged, always treat it like it's charged. That's like literally the number one. Firing long. Finger long. Udris. Alright. I'm gonna be done. Yeah, you always treat it as if it's loaded. That's literally the number one rule, I feel like. Always assume it's loaded. Alright, anyways, guys, I'm gonna be done for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Gonna continue on this. Oh boy. I'll be back tomorrow. Anyways, thank you everyone. Follow the stream, follow Twitch, subscribe to the YouTubes. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Do not forget that. I would really appreciate that. Links. It was a good stream. I was tired. I am actually tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I did want to start early, but dude, I felt so shitty. And I'm actually glad that I streamed today. I felt very fucking bad yesterday, and I also felt very shitty today, but I was like, I'm gonna stream anyways because my problem is I think too much. All right, I just think way too fucking much instead of just acting. So today when I started stream, like all of those thoughts just dissipated right away because yeah, like I said, my biggest problem is when I think. I should just not think. I should just do. Anyways, check out links in the chat, and then they're also under the stream if you're on YouTube. There's Discord. There's gonna be Twitter, Gumroad, Twitter, Blue Sky, Boot, Gumroad, YouTube, Twitch. Check them out. Follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky. Check out my booth and Gumroad. You can purchase some of my models there. All right. YouTube, obviously, check out YouTube, check out Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow, normal time. I'll try to actually stream on time. Like my goal is like 1 p.m. usually. I mean, ideally, dude, I would like to stream an earlier than that, to be honest. But this way. Anyways, take care, everyone. Take care, lovely people. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.